on a grand paper plane, rolling dice to echo cannon's refrain. Kingdoms rise within this tabletop dust. In strategy and chaos we place our trust. The generals lean with a calculating stare. Hands of fate, guide moves with a flare. Tiny hills climb where valleys fall steep. Battles fought while the house stays asleep. Wargaming dreams on a six-sided star. In this microcosm we travel so far. Heroes die small, but their legends grow large. In this tiny world we're always in charge. Painted commanders in coats of bold hue patrol the terrain in colors so true. Armies clash with a flick of the wrist. Victory's a mark on a checklist kissed. Dice are the drums of this parade of might. The board is the map glowing soft through the night. Imagination ignites where the pieces collide. A universe unfolds we cannot hide. 100 battles fought in one single room. Victories blazing, entropy and gloom. Armies may fade, but spirits don't rest. In the heat of this game, we earners of trust. On a grand paper plane, rolling dice to echo cannon's refrain. Kingdoms rise within this tabletop dust. In strategy and chaos we place our trust. The generals lean with a calculating stare. Hands of fate, guide moves with a flare. Tiny hills climb where valleys fall steep. Battles fought while the house stays asleep. Wargaming dreams on a six-sided star. In this microcosm we travel so far. Heroes die small, but their legends grow large. In this tiny world we're always in charge.
Okay, hello again, everybody. This is Derek, and I'm coming back at us with a Wargaming miniature video. In today's video, we're going to be painting some Hanover Landwehr. I've already started them, as you can see. Gotten quite a ways, actually. There are 4 Landwehr battalions that I'm painting. I'm painting these up for Quatre Bras. I think it's best brigade. We got Lundberg, the Munden, the Verdun, and Osterode Landwehr. And Osterode would be the one with the green facings. All the other 3 are identical with blue facings, oddly enough. So these are all going to be the same. And the only difference between this one and this one is the green facings, which I've already painted the blue and the green facings. I dreaded it because facings is my nemesis, you know, because it's such a fine detail on the models. Yeah. Now I tried using these new brushes I just received. Right, I got some brushes from War Bases, and they're extremely fine tipped, which is really good for fine details. But the problem I was running into, they're called 3.0s, but this nope, not this one. That's a 5.0. This brush here, this is a 3.0 brush as well, and but the tip, it has a little bit more, I don't know what's the word for it. It holds more paint. So I was able to do like the entire collar or the entire cuff with one brush stroke. With the War Bases, I had to paint and paint and paint and paint and paint and paint because I was painting these super thin lines, which in a different reality, that would be excellent. But in this reality, in my painting reality, it was too slow. So after I painted this first battalion with the War Bases brushes, well, I only used one brush. I used the bronze, but I switched to this brush to finish the other two battalions. Well, three if you count the green as well. So how's everybody doing this morning? I hope everybody's doing okay. We had an Easter weekend. That went by pretty good. My wife went to an SCA event and brought a bunch of food home with her. And now she's back to work. For those of you that were hoping that I was going to, let's do this color next. This is wood, and I'm going to paint the 4 drummers. Actually, there's 8 drummers. The drum, I'm going to paint wood. It should be a really quick, fast, and easy paint job. If you were expecting me this weekend to play a solo game of Land of the Free, which I wanted to do, once I pulled everything off the table and I was getting ready to set up the table to play, I realized a couple of things that I wasn't ready to play. Mainly, I didn't know how I was going to manage the scenario. That was the main reason why I stopped and I said, I can just not run the game in the morning and I'll just run it in the afternoon. I'll just think about how I'm going to run this game. And then one thing became another thing, and then I basically ran out of time and decided, okay, never mind, I'm not even going to bother. So over the next couple of weeks, I've been really, really, really thinking about my Marshals and Generals game. And you can even see that I busted out all my miniatures and put them on the table so that everyone could see like my progress to painting all the figures. That really doesn't see, I didn't really show the spreadsheet that I'm using. I'm using a Google sheet to keep track of units that are needed and which ones are completed for Quatre Bras. And I guess I could have showed that spreadsheet, and that would definitively show you how far along I am. But I was also waiting. Okay, I got a couple of other things to say. I will show that spreadsheet when I get all the rebasing done. Right? Because right now, I'm like these units right here, the ones I'm painting now, the Hanover Landwehr, I'm not going to have to rebase them because they're new, right? They're newly painted. So they're going to go on the correct basis from the jump. So these won't count. But when I go into other, once I get everything that's inaccurately based, let me rephrase that. Every unit that I've got that's not based correctly, when I get them based correctly, I'll probably still have units that need to be painted to get caught up. So at that point, that's when I'll show the spreadsheet that shows all the units that are finished and the ones that need to be worked on. Because right now it's a convoluted mess, my spreadsheet. I understand where everything is, and I'm sure I could explain it to everybody on the stream or on the video, but I'm going to hold off because basically I've color coded the units. Okay, first of all, I've got the units listed, and I'm using an Excel spreadsheet specifically so that I could make boxes for the units, and I went through and redid the boxes from 6 boxes per unit to 4 boxes, so it would match the number of bases that are needed. So each box represents 1 base. And then I did each unit on there. And then I put them with their brigade commanders and the division commanders and artillery and limbers. You know, and all that is on there. And everything, every single base has a box on the spreadsheet. And so I color code them. In the past, I would color code them painted or not painted, you know, complete or not complete, basically. But now I've got multiple colors. I've decided to mark units that need to be rebased. I marked units that are painted. I marked units that I have the miniatures for that have not been painted. you know, and basically a lot of different color codes. I was gonna, there was a time when I had some units rebased, but they weren't, I didn't have any texture paste on the bases, and I had no flock. So I thought about marking some with a different color, saying, you know, that they still need texture or they still need flock. But I decided against that. I don't need those colors because I could just, because I don't put those figures away at all. You know, once they get glued to their base, I leave them in a box up on my little shelf here, and then that alone is enough to remind me that I need to put texture on them. So once everything's rebased, right? Once everything's rebased and pasted, texture paste, and blocked, plus I have not painted any of the backings of any of the bases with their unit designations. See, now this is called warm skin, and I've always thought this warm skin, it looks great in the packaging like this, but then and it looks the same in the palette. But once it goes from the bottle to the palette, it's an illusion, right? It's an optical illusion. It looks super white. Like these guys are Caucasians that don't get any sun, right? And which is fine, but I got to give them a little bit of a tan. So I bust out usually another color of flesh. I've been doing this for the last 6 months to a year. I've been using a mixture of a light flesh, like a basic skin tone, with a darker skin tone, just to give it a little bit of now this I think would be too dark. It's almost a brown, you know. It's like this guy's been out in the sun for a long time. I might paint Vikings or something like that, or Naked Fanatics or something with that color alone. But Hanoverians, I think, need to have a mixture. Same brush. No, yes, maybe, I don't know. Yeah, we'll go with same brush. There's a painting philosophy that if you knew anything about my painting philosophies, one of them is, and this one I got from somebody else. It's not my own. I don't know where I got it. I picked it up over the years. And it doesn't apply to just flesh. It applies to all colors everywhere on any scale model. It's a universal rule. Use the largest brush possible that allows you to get the detail that you're looking for. Okay? So, as a extreme example, let's say I'm painting a 28 millimeter tank and I'm painting the hull, the primary color, I'm not going to use a fine detail brush. I'm going to use a big ass tank brush or a house painting brush or some ginormous brush. But on that very same tank, if I'm painting treads, let's say, I could probably get away with the same brush because of the way I paint. But if I was trying to get details like the rubber bumpers or something like that on the treads, then I might use a 1, right? A 1 0, or just a straight 1 brush. Okay, I don't know why I painted his hand, because he's an officer and he's going to have a white glove. I'll have to go back and cover that up. I got excited. Yeah, even the Hanover Landwehr officers wore the white gloves. Mainly because I don't think they were. I think they were. How do I say this? They were basically British officers in the Hanover service. They might be from Hanover, but they were trained and drilled by the English. And that's why, like, all the Hanover units, or at least the Landwehr, are wearing British uniforms. The line units, the Hanover line, that's a different story. Those guys were like regular army. They were equipped by their province, because there was a time when different provinces would raise different units for the army. A lot like the Russians and the Prussians. And they weren't always exactly the same. But the Landwehr were kind of an English or British, what's the word I'm looking for? There's a word for it. Initiative, right? And so they just supplied them with all their equipment and stuff like that. So they basically look like British troops. But they're using the old hats, right? The stovepipes, the peninsula hats, where the new British units are all wearing something called the Belgique Shako. It's a little bit different. The plume is on the side. It's got a high front, but the back is low. Now, the officers in the Landwehr have the Belgique Shako, right? Because they got all the new stuff. So almost exactly like the British. Now the plume colors are a little bit different. They're yellow, but I'll have to reevaluate those. They're yellow and white, or white and yellow, or maybe they're red and white like the British. I don't remember, but I know the officer is yellow and white, and his sash, the officer's sash, is not scarlet. It's yellow. Yeah, this is a great. This is a really good flesh combo. The MiG Atom warm skin with the AK medium flesh. It looks exactly like I want it to. Now, when I was doing the facings, I noticed on a couple of these models, not very many, maybe 5 or 6. I think I just rubbed some paint off. Like 5 or 6 of them, maybe more. There was some areas that should be red from the red jackets that I had not painted. So I'll have to go back in and make sure I touch those and get them fixed up with some red. Yeah, the Belgic Shaco was, yeah, and I can fix that. I put some flesh on the red with my finger. Yeah, so once the British units started receiving the Belgic Shaco, and they were phasing out the stovepipe, they just went ahead and used it like a hand-me-down to the Hanover Landwehr. Now, I know that Warlord Games has one Hanover head on their 28mm models, and it's all forage caps, right? It's the soft cap. Looks almost like a little beret. And that's how they identify the Hanover, which is accurate to a point. Not the entire unit. It would be more accurate that if you had picked up some Peninsula British and then just painted them up like Hanover troops, it would be more accurate. And then maybe on some of the models, put those little forge caps on. Maybe half of them, maybe a third or whatever, but mostly they should be stovepipes. Even on the field battalions. All right, sorry, that was me just going a little rant there. Filling time, just trying to fill time while I'm painting. And I might even be painting off camera because of the way I have my camera angled. But that's okay. You guys don't really care about that. So, couple of things. When I had all my miniatures on the table, it dawned on me that the table might be too small for a Quatre Bras battle. But then, thinking about it, I think not. I think it's actually perfectly accurate. Because I made my map. I made my map using a real map, a Google map actually, of the Quatre Bras area. I don't know if you guys if you knew this or not, but I actually physically have been to Quatre Bras. I had also been to Waterloo. I wish I took some time and went to Ligny, but I didn't. We even stayed in my wife and I, and one of my sons stayed in a bed and breakfast in Brussels. And believe it or not, we had Pizza Hut pizza, which is weird. You go to Brussels and have Pizza Hut? But I wanted because we weren't going to be there but one day. So I wanted to know what the difference was, or, how they fixed an American pizza in Brussels. And yes, it was different. I would almost say it wasn't any good. Because they don't know how to make a pizza. I was happy we did it because I got to experience it. But I was unhappy that it tasted like, well, it didn't taste bad. Let me back that up. It just wasn't American pizza. It wasn't a pizza. It was some kind of pasta platter with fruits and vegetables. Or maybe not fruit, maybe meat and vegetables on this pasta platter. I don't know how to really explain it. There was no tomato sauce. There was whole tomatoes, but not tomato sauce. And there was cheese, but it wasn't melted. It was just weird. Let's just say it was weird. But my point is, okay, sorry, getting all kinds of distracted. What I'm trying to say is, I've been to Quatre Bras, and I've been to Waterloo. I took a ton of photos when I was there. And I was a Napoleonic and a World War II miniature gamer when I went. And when I went, I took photos from a variety of different locations in a variety of different angles. Like, I'd get up on Quatre Bras and I would take a picture to the south, I'd take a picture to the west, I'd take a picture to the east, and then I'd get down to where the farms were and I would take pictures in every direction of the hills and the tree lines and all that kind of stuff. And I understand that it's not the same as it was back then, but it was still really cool. I was able to I went to Hougoumont, took a bunch of pictures of some walls that had bullet holes in them. And the only time that, well, they could have been from World War II, but where they were and how big they were and all that stuff and how old the brick walls were, I was imagining that these were all bullet holes from the French against the British defenders. But sorry, I'm getting to it. So my Quatre Bras battlefield, the tabletop, is at the scale that I want it to be at, and the miniatures on their bases are representing the area that those battalions would have occupied in real life. And so if the figures are occupying the correct amount of space and the battlefield is accurately measured, then it should, my trepidations are just unfounded, because I want to give one side or the other an advantage, when in reality neither side should get any bonuses or benefit for having a larger or smaller battlefield with larger or smaller unit formations. And from my reading on the subject, the French had a lot of command and control problems because of the congested nature of the battlefield. And that leads into what I experienced when I set all the figures on the table. because I was noticing if I had set up the battlefield for Quatre Bras and I put these figures on the table, there would be almost no room to maneuver. And that is perfect. At the time, I was thinking it's horrible. I was like, oh no, there's not going to be any room. They're going to be stacked on top of each other and it's going to be crammed. But then my inner thought said, Derek, that's the way it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be crammed. The French are supposed to have a hard time maneuvering. It's really the only thing that helps the British. Because if it was a much larger battlefield, or if it was less congested, like if there wasn't a river running right down the middle, or if there wasn't like this huge patch of woods, the Bazou Woods, if that wasn't like occupying the entire left flank, the French would just walk over the British. They'd crush them in like 2 turns. Because at the start of the game that I'm going to run, I'm not running it from the beginning of the battle. I'm running it from about 2 hours into the battle. So I'm not starting it at like 11 a.m., which is when Ney decided to attack. I'm running it from about 1 p.m. after the French had made it up to the creek. And there's a little bit more British on the table than the very beginning. Because the very beginning, there's like 1 division is on the table. And that's fighting 3 French divisions. But at 1 o'clock, Picton is available. I think it's Picton. I could be getting my generals mixed up. It might be Alton, but I think it's Picton with his Highlanders. They had moved up and occupied a defensive position. At about 1 o'clock. I'm going off memory right now. This is not exactly how everything's going to play out. Okay, we got some chats. Let me see what we got before I move on. I know whenever there's a chat, I have to switch glasses. Just FYI. Okay, Jonathan says, what did he say? He says, good afternoon, Mr. E. Hope you're well. Wait, I clicked on Jonathan's message and the Krause collection message goes up. Okay, so funny. It's offset by 1. That's Jonathan's message. Yeah, good afternoon, Mystery. Hope you're doing well. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm actually doing quite well this morning. And then old Kraus. Hey, I just watched your video where you played out Freeman's Farm. It looked like you guys had a really good time playing that Freeman's Farm scenario. You know, that looked really fun. Just say I watched that video. Okay, but what did you say here? You said, hi, Derek. Really miss your Freeman's Farm game. Don't forget to do it. We have watched the progress over the months. We need it. Climax. Right. Well, hopefully you got my early message that I talked about why I didn't play it. There's a couple of different reasons why I didn't play it. I had scheduled it, and then some things came up, so I said, I'll just push it back. And I pushed it back, and then I realized I don't really have a scenario ready. I understand the battle, and generally speaking, like what happens and when it happens, but I'm anal this way. I want to write down the scenario rules, like when the Brunswickers show up, when Fraser's brigade gets released, where the troops are on the map, when does Poor show up, when does Leonard show up, and all that stuff. I want to have all that. I want to have all that down pat, and I don't want to rely on pre-written scenarios, because I find that some of the pre-written scenarios, they're fun. Don't get me wrong; they'd probably be okay to lean on, but they're not the ones I want to use for Land of the Free. So I just said, once I get those rules written, then we'll play. Hey, Batty, how are you doing? We got a Batty commander saying, hey, well, hello to you too. All right, so let me put my painting glasses back on, and so my flesh tone doesn't dry out on me. Now, when I'm painting the heads, I'm painting in kind of an upward stroke. I don't care if I get it on there shako, but I do care if I get it on there facing. So I'm trying to avoid the facings. Paint by the numbers, and paint up and get it on the shako. It's okay, because I still have to paint the shako. So faces are no problem at this scale. And I don't paint eyes on 15 millimeter models. And to be honest, I don't paint eyes on 28 millimeter models unless I'm painting for a role-playing game, or it's some kind of skirmish hero type game. Then I'll paint eyes. But if it's a game where there's multiple figures, on bases and there's multiple bases stacked in a unit, I'm not painting eyes. Also, a lot of times I won't even finish painting a unit. This is a little secret. I will paint the base coat on the unit. I'll wash it. I'll maybe do some highlighting. Maybe. I don't always do highlighting. And then that is called my first pass. To me, that's all I need to do to play with it. But when I get when I get this entire army painted, as an example, once everything is painted up to the first pass, then I'll go back and I'll paint maybe some details I might have missed. I might make some corrections. I might repaint some plumes if I got the wrong colors on them. Some buttons. And maybe I'll highlight some faces. Because all I really do is the primary color and then a wash when it comes to faces. Now, I will paint like mustaches, beards, chin straps, stuff like that. But I won't get into highlighting like nose and cheeks until the second pass. That's a second pass for me. And I very rarely ever get to a second pass. Sometimes I do. Like when I don't know if you know this, but this is like the third time I've painted all the figures needed for Quatre Bras. Quatre Bras. I painted 15 millimeters. And then I sold them. And I didn't sell them because I wanted to get rid of them, or I needed the money or anything like that. It was really a test of my eBay store. I put all the figures on there for Waterloo. Actually, I had everything. I had Prussians, French, Nassau, all the Allies, every figure I needed to play Waterloo for Napoleon's battles. That's a different game system. So technically it was about 1/4 the figures. So if Waterloo... Okay, let me just do some real quick math. If 1 corps by battalion is 3 infantry divisions, each division has about 2 brigades, so that's 6. And then each brigade has about 4 battalions. So that's 24 battalions for 1 corps, plus 4 more battalions for the cavalry. So we'll go 28. And then some of these brigades are pretty big. So let's just say 30. plus artillery. And then I could multiply that by about 30 battalions, right? Okay. Well, let's just break that down. That's about 15 brigades. No, it's not. It's about 7 or 8. 7 or 8 brigades per corps. And there's at least 5 corps per side. So about 70 battalion-sized elements. They call them brigades in Napoleon's battles. It's a scaled-up game. And I sold all of those in about a 1-week period. And that right there told me, oh, I also sold them for a pretty penny. Let's just say that. It was an experiment. But that told me that there was a market for painted miniatures on eBay, and that I could make a living doing this. You know, I went in and did the math, and I was like, how many units did I paint a week? And how much could I sell them for? And would I be able to pay my bills? Blah, blah, blah. Yada, 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 right? And the answer was yes. Guess what I did immediately after that? I put in my notice at Best Buy. I said, goodbye, Best Buy. I'm going to make a living on eBay. Doing what I love. Even though, let me back up, I love working with computers too, so that was kind of like, it was a hard decision to make. I loved helping people build their computers and tell them what kind of software or hardware they needed to do what they wanted to do. Talked about computer gaming and graphics cards and memory and processors and power supplies and all that stuff, right? That was my job. I worked in a department called PCHO. Which, in Best Buy parlance, that means personal computing home office. But we also had to deal with cameras. I'm not really sure why. They don't seem to be very related. But photography fell under our jurisdiction or whatever. And I actually like photography as well, especially video. Not so much the still pictures, but I was really big into video. GoPros and webcams and portable like what do they call them things? Camcorders. But I said, no more. I'm going to go paint figures for a living. So I sold my entire Waterloo collection. Prussians and British and Nassau and Dutch Belgians and Brunswickers and Hanoverians and French Guard and French cavalry and all kinds of artillery, and it was madness. I sold it all. And part of the reason why I didn't mind doing that was I made a decision right about that time to stop playing Napoleon's battles. I was starting to get into, oh, there's a lot of chats. I'll get that in a minute. Once I get this flesh on these guys, I think my flesh is starting to dry up. No, maybe not. Right about that time, when I decided to quit Napoleon's battles, I discovered black powder. So I was making a big change into black powder. And I said, if I'm going to make this change, I want to do it in 28 millimeter. But I don't want to do all of Waterloo, because that would just be hundreds of units that I had to do. Maybe 1,000 units at the battalion level. So I said, nah, I'll play a much smaller battle like Quatre Bras. It's one of the more manageable scenarios. And I said, you know, I can do that. So I painted up every unit for Quatre Bras in 28 millimeter. And that was fun. It really was. It was expensive. But my eBay store was going strong. And I was painting all different kinds of units. American War of Independence. I was painting Roman legions and all different kinds of units for sale. But in between that, I was painting my own personal Quatre Bras. Kind of like what I'm doing now. I have units that I paint for the store. And then I have units that I paint for myself. It's exactly like what I'm doing now. And I had used Perry, Warlord, Front Rank, Hat. Not a lot of hat, but I did use some hat. I think there might be a couple other brands out there that, oh yeah, Victrix. That was a big one. But mostly Warlord, because I knew I needed a ton of models and Warlord models went together really fast and easy. I could glue them together. I could put a battalion together in just a couple hours. And once I got done with that, and I played a couple of games, I even ran Quatre Bras down at NashCon, and I realized that Black Powder is a specific type of a game, and it wasn't what I wanted. I thought I wanted that. I thought that was going to be my go-to game when it came to Napoleonics. There's a lot of good things in Black Powder that I really enjoy, but there's a few other things that are in the game just to make it a little bit more difficult. And that bothered me. Okay, I'm going to add some more paint to that. So before I do that, let me check out these chats. So that's the point when I decided, you know what? I'm going to go back to the scale that I love and that I don't know why I got rid of it all, but 15 millimeter. 15 millimeter is where it is. And so I started painting 15s, and I was thinking I was going to do like a Black Powder style game, and then they released Epic Waterloo, and I thought I was going to do that, and then there was reasons why I didn't like that. So that's when I came up and said, you know what, I'm just going to write my own rules, and I'm going to use all the rules from all the games that I play. That I'm going to take all the rules that I like from all the different games and put them into one set of rules, and I'm going to call it Marshals and Generals. I was going to call it Sabre, but that sounds like an F-86, so I decided not to do that. Okay, so what do we got here? Batty says that, let's make sure I'm clicking on the right thing. I'm doing good. Well, that's good. I'm glad you're doing all right. And then you also say, I can't read this for some reason. My eyes are just strained. Kraus says, hope you like the game. Oh, I love that game. The terrain was looking sweet. I know you cut a lot out for time, but and I wish you didn't. I wish it was like raw. And knowing that when I do mine, it's going to be raw. I'm not going to cut anything out. Even like looking up rules or rolling the dice, all that stuff, I'm going to leave in. And I wish you did too, but I was able to follow along. And I know you were playing Black Powder, so I had a pretty good understanding of the rules. But if somebody never played Black Powder, they wouldn't know what was going on. That's a critique. Okay, and what else we got going on? We got Kraus also saying, I created a scenario. I understand. Brother even added some friction. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I had a feeling, because see, Black Powder has the Quatre Bras scenario. It's not Quatre Bras? Freeman's Farm. Black Powder has the Freeman's Farm scenario printed. And I noticed that you weren't going exactly by that. So I figured there was something going on. Like you had a scenario somewhere else, or that you went based on history, or, I'm not really sure. And the next one was from Luke. What is Luke saying? Hi, everyone. Hope you're all doing cross collection. Your collections are amazing. Always tempt me into more periods. Luke, I'm agreeing with you on that. I look at the cross collection and I'm like in awe. Especially like your American War of Independence, how many figures you got for that. But one day I'll never pass you up because you're always painting. So even if I tried to catch you, I wouldn't be able to catch you because you're still going. Not that that's super important, but thanks, Luke. Okay. And that's where we're at. Okay, perfect. Okay, we're all cut up. Now, for those of you that don't know, because you're all historical miniature gamers, I have a live stream that I do almost like 99%, almost every night. And I will start somewhere after midnight, usually like 12, 1, 2 o'clock. And I'm streaming Skyrim. I know a lot of you probably have played it already. You probably have beaten it. This game came out 15 years ago or something. 2011? 2011, right? 14 years ago? I bought it like 3 years after it actually had been released. I got the anniversary edition, which I guess, I don't know which anniversary it was, because they had a special edition and then they had the anniversary edition. I bought the anniversary edition and I played for maybe 2 or 3 months, I guess. Got a ways into it and then sat it down to play other games, and then I just never came back to it. There were so many, Star Citizen, there was Mech Warrior, there was a whole bunch of other games that I was playing. And then eventually, a few months ago, I got back into it. And so I've been live streaming it late at night. Mainly for myself. I'm just playing on my own. But since I'm on the computer and I'm playing, why don't I just turn the camera on? I'm not playing for anybody else. I'm playing for myself. And so but I've got a point coming up. I 2 nights ago, not last night. Well, last night was actually really good as well. But 2 nights ago, I hit a record. I was like, oh my gosh, I have 60 people watching me. Normally on a night like midnight or 2 o'clock in the morning or whatever, I'll have maybe 5 to 10 people watching. And that right there alone is way more than I would expect at that hour, like 5 or 10 people. But 2 nights ago, I had 60 people watching me. And I don't know if you know anything about live streaming, but YouTube keeps track of something called concurrent viewers, which there's total views. That's how many total people log in and watch your stream. But there's also something called concurrent. That means how many people are on at the same time. Because like normally I'll get like 5 people, they'll log in, and then like an hour or 2 later they'll have logged out, and then another 10 people will have logged in, and then a couple hours later they'll have logged out, and then maybe 5 more people will log in. And my total concurrent views would be like 10. Even though there was like 20 people watching, concurrent views would be 10. Well, 2 nights ago, my concurrent views were 60. I'm not even sure. I don't think I've even looked to see what the total views were. I can go back and look, but I was excited to have 60 people all at the same time watching me play a game that I love. And then last night was also a good night. It wasn't that good. It wasn't 60. I think it was like 40. But remember, 40 is still like 4x what I'm used to. Now, there is advice by professional streamers out there that say if you want to succeed in streaming, you have to be consistent. And I have been consistent with my Skyrim, not because I'm trying to be consistent. That's not why I'm doing it. I'm doing it because I love the game and I can't wait to play. And I get on at like midnight because that's when I have time to play. Because everybody's gone to bed. I don't like playing computer games or live streaming with an audience or anything like that when I've got people awake in the house running around doing their other things, like they're doing their laundry, or which is right on the other side of that wall, or they're in the kitchen making a cake or something like that, which is like 20 feet in that direction without a door. When we moved in, because I'm sitting right here in a garage. We have 2 garages. We have the garage, which is external. All right, it's got our garage right there. And then we have the garage that I'm sitting in. And this garage is carpeted, finished walls, all that good stuff. The garage door is converted to a bay window. I guess it's not a bay window. That's a lie. It's just a window. But it's the size of a garage door. It's actually 3 windows, and each window has like 12 glass panes. So it's like a big checkerboard covering where the garage door would be. So this is a finished garage. And I've got a wall from here to the laundry room. But there's a doorway that leads into the house from the garage. And that doorway does not have a door, it's just open. I mean, if I was to ever get a door, I probably could install one. But I haven't had any desire to do that. That might be beneficial to live streaming. Be more like soundproofing. And if somebody was doing something in the kitchen, you wouldn't be hearing it. But I don't mind. I'll also record videos for my channel and for the store. And I'll do that after midnight as well. But I haven't done that in the last couple of weeks because I've been streaming Skyrim. I did just upload a video that I took showing off all my completed or partially completed units for Quatre Bras. I basically recorded that instead of the Freeman's Farm scenario. In a game like that, I want the house to myself. So I wait for my wife to go away for the weekend. Just to give me the house to myself where I can set up terrain on the table, leave it set up, have a camera blocking the hallway, or I should say a walkway, and then while I'm rolling dice and moving figures, nobody is like here doing, asking me to do stuff or interrupting me. Okay, this is the last battalion. I noticed because the facings changed. Went from blue to green. I also noticed that my wheat fields that I cut, I didn't paint the bases of them yet. And some fencing is not finished. So I'd like to finish those before I set them up on the table and use it as terrain. The redoubt is pretty much finished. The town sectors are not finished, but they're in a place that I could use them the way they are. Basically, they're 4-inch squares that I put a little flock on. But I think I want to make a couple of town sectors with fencing or walls or hedges around the perimeter of the 4-inch base. And that shouldn't be too hard to do because I have the fencing. Also, I've decided to use, and I decided this months and months and months and months ago, I'm going to use 10mm buildings for my Napoleonic marshals and generals battlefields. They seem, or they, aesthetically, they look like they fit properly with battalion formations. Where in my Land of the Free, 15mm buildings seem to fit better aesthetically. And the fencing and the walls and stuff like that I make, I have some fencing from some model companies, railroad companies. One of them claims to be 15mm. Actually, it claims to be 1/100, which is 15mm. Speaking of which, now this is just a little aside. I was running D&D at the local game store a bunch of years back, right? And there was a guy who was in my game, and we argued over the stupidest shit, the stupidest stuff. But one day, I mentioned that 1/72nd scale models are 20mm. And his argument was that they are 25 millimeter. And I tried to explain to him that 1/72 represents the measurement of 1 inch equaling 72 inches. So a 1 inch model, or 25 millimeter, is not a 1 inch model, but a 1 inch model, namely the 1/72 models, are representing like a 6-foot soldier or something like that. If they were 1 inch from head to toe. So he's like, yeah, so 25 millimeter. And then I was like, no. 25 millimeter is closer to 1/60th. And he's like, how is that possible? Because millimeter scale measurements is a wargaming scale, and fractional measurements are a modeling scale. And he's like, that shouldn't matter. And I'm like, you're right, it shouldn't matter, but it does. So millimeter scales are not measuring from head to toe. So a 25 millimeter miniature is approximately 30 millimeters head to toe, because a 25 millimeter model is measuring from the eye, the brow, or the brim of the hat, or the eye level, to the bottom of the helmet, whatever, to the bottom of the foot. And you forget, or you don't forget, you know, that there's a little bit of measurement from the eye to the top of the skull. So a 25 millimeter model is 25 millimeters from eyes to toe, and a 1/72 scale model is measured from the top of the head to the toe. And so because there's different, like, measurement parameters, a 1/72 scale model would have approximately 20 millimeters from the eyes to the toe. That's why if you're doing like 1/72 scale World War II models, 20 millimeter models will work perfectly with them. I know this because I used to play a lot of Command Decision in 1/72. And I got confused with railroading scales, model building scales, and miniature scales. Because a railroading scale is, you might find HO, which is half of O, but you also might find N or even Z. And if you're in the know, you just know that HO is 187 and N is 144. But there is what's called, and this is a little tricky as well. There is what's called a European N and an American N. And they're not the same. Which really blew my mind. Because I thought N was N. So with my command decision stuff, this is what I used. I used 1/72, 1/76, which you can find, like Matchbox makes 1/76. I used HO, a lot of Roco actually. I used a lot of Roco tanks. And if you put a Roco tank and a 1/72 or 1/76 tank on the table, you can, if they're in the same unit or whatever, you can see the difference. The Roco is just a little bit smaller. But it still worked. I mean, nobody I played with cared. We were like just happy to have a model on the table. You know what I mean? And if they did care, we didn't play with them again. So yeah, I had a lot of 1/72. I still have some 1/72 scale bits and pieces. Now, remember, HO is smaller than 1/72. It's 1/87, and 15 millimeter is officially 1/100. So HO is very close to 15 millimeter. It's still bigger, but not so much bigger that it matters. So you could technically use smaller items like fencing from HO on your 15 millimeter tables, and they will look just right. They'll look perfect. The buildings, because they're bigger, they kind of stand out. But the smaller items like fencing, HO fencing looks really good with 15 millimeter. They look really good, actually. So I use a lot of HO. Oh, I'm done with the flesh. Okay, I use a lot of HO fencing with my 15 millimeter, guys. Okay. Now I'm thinking, okay, I can put this away. I don't think I'm going to be using any more flesh. So I think I can go in and do some touch-up on the red because it needs it. Oh, we got a couple of chats. Okay, what do we get? What do we get here? Okay, Luke says, this work for a looking great as well. Really lucky I came across this today. Well, thanks, Luke. I appreciate that. And make sure you like and subscribe and hit the notification icon because I go live 2 or 3 times a week painting models, building stuff, or just talking about the rule set that I'm writing called Marshals and Generals. Give me a second. Waterloo Project. No, Marshals and Generals. Okay, here we go. Right there. I'm writing this game called Marshals and Generals, or MAG, Marshals and Generals Light, because I haven't finished it. And it's a core Napoleonics rules. That's got a double meaning. Core like CORE and CORP. So it'll be like my core rules by me. And then I'm writing like introductions and rules and basing. And this is not how the basing is done. I've decided, okay, this is, and this is, and this is. But I've changed some basing. Units aren't like that anymore. The cavalry, 3 per base is the way it's going to be. But there's like turn orders, and I'm going to rework the command and control, firing. There's a lot of things I'm going to change. But yeah, I'm working on these rules. Just FYI. Just FY the I. Okay, and then we've got another chat. Luke says, Skyrim is a game that worries me. I feel it's a game I need to take 6 months off work to play. I have minis to paint, work to get to the normal rock and roll life. That's why I play Skyrim when I'm not painting. I usually, to be honest, okay, here's my work-life schedule. Well, luckily, my work-life schedule is I paint for work. But like these guys, I'm not painting for work. I'm painting for myself. Yeah, let's touch up some red. Now, I painted these... Okay. I almost like changed the subject. Okay, let me get back to that. Let's start at midnight. Okay, like a day would start. I eat something, usually. It's usually my third or my first meal of the day is at midnight. And then I play Skyrim while I'm still kind of getting up, working myself into a frenzy, you know, whatever. So I play like 3 to 4 hours of Skyrim. And then I put all that down. It's like 4 or 5 in the morning. I kind of take a break, put together whatever I need to put together for my miniature live stream, but at the same time, I'll eat my second meal of the day, like a lunch-ish, breakfast-ish kind of thing. And then I will stream live my Wargaming and miniature stuff up until about noon-ish, right? And then from noon, I'll take another break. I'll have lunch, which is actually my third meal of the day. It's like my dinner. And then I will work on my store, either boxing miniatures that need to get shipped out, or I will put together some models that I need to paint for the store. Basically, I'll work on the store stuff after noon, or I'll work on Marshals and Generals, or I'll work on some scenarios. Basically just so I'll work on some stuff that I need to just do as kind of like think of it like a late night, something you would do after dinner, right? Because that's my dinner. And then around 3 or 4 o'clock, that's when I go to bed. I'm going to bed at 3 or 4 p.m. And then I'll wake up around 10-ish, somewhere around there, to do it all over again. I know that's a very weird schedule, but it works really good for me not to be interfered with by the rest of the household. Because while I'm awake, they are gone, either to bed or to work. And when they come home, that's when I pretty much decide to go to bed. And it's like two ships crossing in the night. I don't mean to be like, sometimes my wife will come home, 99% of the time. She'll come home, she'll cook dinner, and I will eat it, or I will wake up at 10 and then eat it, you know. Something like that. I know it's very weird, but it gives me an opportunity to play and to paint and to live stream and all that good stuff. Okay, now, I was going to say, I used 2 other colors to paint this red, right? I did a mixture. I painted flat red, right? I used flat red, and I don't remember, I don't think it was Danger or Pure Red. I think it was something unusual like Scarlet Blood. I mixed these, and it worked really good for those 2 mixtures, but I even have sometimes used bright red, but this bright red, it's glossy, which I don't mind a gloss red because I'm going to dull coat these anyway. And I have another red over there, which is like this really, really bright red that I'm going to use for highlighting after the wash. Okay, I'm going to put 2 drops here and then go through these models with a fine tip comb and see where I messed up. Now, give me a second. I have to look at the drum because for some reason I'm thinking the drum is red. Not the main part of the drum. Yeah, not the main part of the drum. Give me a second. Hanover. Landwehr. Let's pick one. Lundberg. Oh, yep, red along the drum. I don't paint the white hashes. I probably could, but at this scale, it's almost impossible to see that anyway. So I just paint a red, or whatever the primary color is. I paint a red circle, and then I'll paint these chords white. Notice how these are yellow. Okay, these are red and white. Okay. Okay, just like the British. and their lapels should be blue as well. Okay, so I might need to go back in and touch those up. You notice how he's got a yellow and white plume. That's no big dealio. I haven't painted these hats black yet, so I'm not worried about their plumes, but I am worried about their uniforms, mainly because I noticed that I had some error, and I want to make sure that those are fixed before I move on so I don't forget. It's mainly so I don't forget, because I'm very, very forgetful sometimes. Okay, so I am glancing about. If there's a little bit of white showing, I'm actually okay with that. And if there was a little bit of mistake, like if I painted blue on something I shouldn't have painted blue on, now's the time to fix that. Oh, this red is really good for British uniforms. I didn't realize. Oh, I might do a little bit of touch up on all these figures. Yeah, this color is blood red. It is great for British Napoleonic uniforms. No mixing necessary. Yeah, the uniforms that I've got on them have this scarlet look to them, which scarlet is a little bit too light. It's it's close to pink. That's why I had to mix a color, the blood red or whatever I mixed to darken it up. But apparently I didn't darken it up enough because this color is banging. Blood, I'm going to have to remember that because I've got a lot of British units to do. I did a test probably about 6 months ago with a bunch of different reds to see which ones were best. And I might not have had this color in my inventory when I did that test. I think that's actually the case. Also, this wood color, this wood by Adam, I would never use it for anything that's wood. Because it's got too much yellow in it. But the drums have that yellowish color. And so it works great for drums. Well, drums that are supposed to be bare wood, you know. Okay, I'm looking for mistakes that I needed to correct. And there's only like 5 or 6 models that have those mistakes. Also, when I put the wash on these guys, this scarlet red or whatever it is, it will darken up and it will look good. And this blood red would be a really good highlight over color over the wash. I think it would be the best. Okay. I'm using more red than I anticipated. Oh, wow, this whole side of this guy is not painted. That was one of the guys I noticed, and I said, oh my gosh, I'm going to have to do some corrections. Yeah, I think I'm going to use this red as an after wash highlight. But also to any corrections right now that I might have got some blue on something I shouldn't have, or like I didn't paint an elbow or something. If you have a mound of figures that you need painted, I have a commission. I do commissions. Just letting everyone know, I have a customer out there that wants me to paint his epic ACW Gettysburg box. But I haven't received those miniatures yet. And I always do that first come, first serve. But he said that he's got miniatures on order, and when he receives them, he's going to he's going to forward them to me. So that, oh, okay, these guys actually change color. Okay. That might have been when I switched up some stuff. Yeah, these guys look like they're more imperial red. Okay, I'm looking for mistakes. Looking for elbows. Because if I remember right, there were some underarms and there were some elbows that I had missed. No, these guys are pretty good. Pretty good. And that's a different battalion, which is good. It's going to have its own unique color palette. Okay, there's a spot right there where the mold line is causing it to look whack. Yeah, I've got some minifigs mixed in with these battalions. Mostly they're Old Glory. Three out of the four sticks are Old Glory, and one of the sticks is minifigs per battalion. But if I had my way, I would not use any of them. Because the Old Glory models just look way better, in my opinion, than the minifigs. The minifigs they're not animated as much. They're all just standing there in the same pose. And they're thin. Like they're all 100 pounds instead of 200 pounds. Yeah, they just look like they're way too thin. It might be accurate, like they might have the correct proportions, but the Old Glory figures being a little bit more chunky, this has a better appeal to me. I noticed that Blue Moon also makes Napoleonic figures, but they don't have anything that I need. Because I ordered a shitload of Napoleonics. Almost all Old Glory. So I have almost everything I need for with Old Glory. I do want to make a comment or make an announcement. I wanted to do some of my Dutch Belgian militia or line units. I had set my mind to do some Dutch Belgians instead of these Nassau or instead of these Hanovers. But I have no Dutch Belgian models. I had put them up for sale knowing that I could always just reorder them. And that's exactly what it is. I sold them all and I don't have any to reorder. I mean, I don't have any, so I'll have to reorder. That's what I meant. So I said to myself, let's do the Hanover Landwehr Brigade. It's only 4 battalions. We've got those models. They need to be done anyway, so let's just go ahead and knock it out. So that's why you see me doing these Hanover Landwehr. And I've been doing these probably for a while now because they've been sitting on my desk just collecting dust. All right. Okay, this is the last battalion. There's some minor mistakes. All right. Speaking of eyes, I have a really fast way to do eyes. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist to be able to do them. They're like super easy. And you could knock a whole battalion out really quickly using this technique. I just don't do it. Okay, look at the flesh on these guys. I missed that whole side of their face. I'm glad I go back and double check my work. Okay. They're fixed. Or at least their flesh is. Okay. That was too wet. Yep, that looks good. And Is that green? Okay, it's on the sling. I'm still going to be painting the sling, so I don't really care. Okay. Okay, underneath. Oh, there's a spot. Yeah, speaking of Skyrim, you can play it from start to finish in probably 20 hours if you did like a speed run, like you only did the main quest. But that's not what the game, that's not how the game should be played, in my opinion. You should be doing side quests and learning the lore, meeting all the NPCs, leveling up. Yeah, the game should be experienced, not like wham bam, thank you, ma'am. It's not a competition. You're not racing with other players to get to the end. So take your time. Enjoy it. So, yes, it could take 6 months or longer. There are players in my chat that say they've played 4,000 to 6,000 hours. That's really crazy in my opinion. I don't even know how long I've played. Maybe I should look one day. Now, I've been wanting to live stream Star Citizen, but I got burnt out. I was streaming it quite a bit, and I got burnt out really quick. So I put it on the shelf for a while. I was going to do Star Citizen and Skyrim and kind of go back and forth, but I decided just to put Star Citizen on the shelf. And the reason why it is, I think, I don't know exactly why, but once you've done the 10 missions that they have in Star Citizen, you've done them all. You can repeat them and you can grind them and you can get paid for them and get like loot and stuff like that. And I found myself doing that. I found myself grinding the same missions over and over and over. And they have introduced some overarching story missions. There's like 3 of them that they've added, but none of them interest me. I mean, I watch other people like they talk about the missions and like what the goal is of the mission, what the reward is of the mission, how to participate in the mission, stuff like that. So, like streamers that are basically also bug testers and stuff like that, I'll watch mainly to see like what's going on with the game. And they talk about the mission, and I'm like, I don't have any desire to do that. That sounds boring to me. I'm not going to do that. If I went back into the game, I'd fall back into my old routine of grinding these missions that I enjoy, but there's only a handful of them. And it became frustrating. So I said, okay, I'm going to put it off to the side. This is what got me to quit it 2 years ago. It was the same thing over and over and over and over, which as an understanding player, as an understanding person, I understand that the game is still in development and they don't have all the features in, and they don't have all the quests and the missions and the rewards. All that is not in the game yet. So I understand that, but it still is frustrating. You know what I mean? Like, I understand there's only 10 missions, and I only enjoy doing like 5 or 6 of them. And after I do 5 or 6 of them about 100 times, and I've got like 5 million credits or whatever I've got, I don't have that much anymore. I become like complacent, or, you know, like, do I really need to log in and do the same mission again? When I could play Skyrim and play some unique storyline quest that takes me to multiple places, multiple puzzles to solve, multiple rewards, you know, where Star Citizen doesn't have any of that. It has some of that, but it doesn't have enough to keep my interest. Not yet. So I'm keeping my eyes on it, and when it becomes a little bit better, I will live stream it. Now, having said that, in May, I don't know exactly the day in May, but there is going to be an event called Invictus. The Invictus event, my squadron needs to show up to. Mainly, it's a military celebration. They show off the Marines, they show off the Navy, the Army, the advocacy. You know, they basically show off all the branches of the military and celebrate them. Think Veterans Day, but it's like a whole week. I will log in to attend that event. I feel obligated to do that because my squadron is the 1st Naval Aerospace Squadron. We are full of naval and marine pilots, and we role play that we are active duty, even though no one in the game is active duty. You're all mercenaries. But we role play that we are active. Our squadron is super small, and most of them are probably not even going to log in. But I will. And then after the Invictus, I'll probably put it off to the side again and not bother until more and more come into the game. When Squadron 42 comes out, which is supposed to be next year, that's what they said in 2014. When Squadron 42 comes out in 2026, I will drop everything and I will play that game from start to finish. I don't know if you heard that, but I had a little bit of the, I was sitting on a frog and I had to let his air out. So yeah, and also, speaking of Skyrim, Sky Oblivion is coming out any day now, if it's not already out. And I will get into Sky Oblivion, which is a modding community has the modding community has taken Oblivion, which is the Elder Scrolls 4. They've taken that because Skyrim is Elder Scrolls 5. They've taken Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion and redid the entire game using the Skyrim or Elder Scrolls 5 game engine. So basically, you would be playing Oblivion, but it would be just like you're playing Skyrim. That sounds exciting to me. I wasn't too excited about the story in Oblivion, but it might be just because I didn't know what was going on. Or it could have been that the game was just clunky. Elder Scrolls 4 engine, which kind of sucked. And by putting it in the Skyrim engine, you're going to be able to bring it up to 8K standards. Okay. I was going to do the hat, but I'm not going to do the hat until I do the hair. Okay. Yep, this one's going to be the hair. And hair is also one of those really quick colors. I should be able to do the hair really quick. And then without the black all drying up. Because the hair is just the back of the neck. And I can hit it and put some of the brown on the Shako, which is perfectly fine. Now, some of these guys have some pretty heavy mutton chops. I'm using a color called dark brown. It's not as dark as like the camo brown or other brands have like chocolate brown or Like this one is called black brown. It's not that dark, but it is darker than just their regular brown. There is a color called cavalry brown. It's a new color. I went through my colors 2 or 3 times and I couldn't find it. I went through all my browns. I was like, where is this cavalry brown? Because when we get to doing the horses, I want to use it. I couldn't find it. And then just like a couple of days ago, I found it. I almost wrote my distributor saying, hey, I never got my cavalry brown. I got everything else. Luckily, I didn't. Because I actually did receive everything they sent to me. But cavalry brown is not brown. I don't remember where I put it. I'll have to go look through there again. But it seemed like it was a very yellowy color. You know, like tan or this whole row right here. Like Dunkelgelb or Iraqi sand or something. It is brown though. I mean, it is a brown. And it would look really good on a horse. It just, the reason why I couldn't find it was I thought it was going to be more like this color. And it wasn't. Another reason why I like to do hair at this stage, because again, it doesn't matter if I get it on the Shako, but also if I get it on the backpack or if I get it on the bedroll, it doesn't matter because I haven't painted those yet. So I can be a little sloppy. I just got to keep it off of the facings. Okay, speaking of orders, I got to share this with you guys. I got my War Bases order in. You know, that's where those 2 brushes came from. One is a bronze, which is their lowest level brush. And one is gold. Now, they've got a platinum, I think. They got silver and platinum for their, like, quality. Some are sable, horsehair, or nylon, or a mix. And so I ordered a couple of different ones to see if they would be any good. And I only had a chance to use the bronze on their facings. And I have good things to say and bad things to say. The good thing is it's got a really sharp point. Now, I've only used it once, So I can't attest to how its durability or how long it'll last. But it appears it's not going to last very long. I felt like by the time I got to the fourth stick, I was starting to lose hairs. And there was one hair sticking out. But that is the bronze, which is the cheapest. Like $1.50 or something like that. And gold, I think, is like $4. But I haven't had a chance to check that one out yet. Now, they're both supposed to be 3.0s. But I looked at them, and they are different. They're different scales. And that might just be that each one is built differently. Okay, but that isn't why I was saying. I got my order, right, from War Bases. I went out to the mailbox. I opened the mailbox and there was a box, and I said, "Oh, great! I got my War Bases order in." And then when I pulled the box out of the mailbox, the whole front side of the box was open. I mean, it wasn't just open, it was mangled and open, like a bear had gotten to it or something. Now, War Bases comes from England, so the Royal Mail had touched it, and the USPS had touched it. So I took a picture of the box and the contents, and I got 6 of the 10 bases that I ordered. There's basically 4 missing bags of bases. Each bag costs like $2. So that was like an $8 loss. I can live with that. I can. I'm not going to cry about it. I'm not even going to file insurance on it. But what I am going to do, the reason why I took the picture, I'm going to send it to War Bases and let them know how I received this box. So that they can, maybe any future orders, maybe they package it a little bit differently. Or maybe they can, being the shipper, maybe they can file an insurance claim. And I'm giving them ammunition to do it. And if they file insurance, then good. Now, if they get reimbursed, I would like them to send me the missing bases, but that's not an obligation. That's not a stipulation for I'm going to order more bases from them, because I will. But if you think about it, I got 6 packs of 18 bases. that's like 12 bases short of 120, right? So that's like 108. So I got like 108 bases. Which is going to last me, if most of my battalions that I'm doing are 4 bases, that's going to get me like 20 battalions. 25 battalions. Right? Cavalry and infantry. And I think my remaining battalions are less than 25. But I use the same size bases on my American War of Independence. But I'm not working on those right now. So I'm just kind of going off of memory. Okay, 4 Landwehr. 4, 5 Belgians. Okay, 5 that's 9. 2 more Nassau. That's 11. And about 6, approximately 6 Hanover field battalions. That's 17. Ooh, I might be short. There's like 4 British battalions. And 4 British battalions that I haven't painted. So that's like 25. Yep, I'm not going to have enough. Because I've got a bunch of Jerome's division that needs to be done. And Kellerman and the Guard Cavalry. Yep. Okay, but that's okay. I'm not going to have 25 units done anytime soon. I mean, even if I was rebasing, four per day, which I'm not. I was when I first started rebasing. I was like doing nothing but rebasing. But knowing that I need to paint, I said, let's just go ahead and paint and base as I go. And then if I feel like it, I'll pull a unit or 2 out and I'll rebase them. And I'll just gradually rebase in between painting units. I have all the cuirassiers, all the dragoons, but I don't have the guard. I did, but you know, I sold them. I mean, new in the packaging. Because my philosophy or thought is I have these brand new bags, you know, units in a bag. I figured I could sell the bags, and if I do, I just turn around and rebuy them. Yeah, I was thinking that 6 bags were going to be enough, but now that I think about it, 6 bags is pretty much only going to be the basis for rebasing, let alone the new bases. I also contacted War Bases about becoming a store for them in the U.S. Um, it's kind of fortuitous because I contacted them about becoming a store, and then like a day later, one of their representatives, I don't remember his name, was on a podcast. If you don't watch this podcast, I recommend watching it. It's called the Plastic Crack Podcast. They're going to go live in about 2 hours. No, they're not. Hold on. This week, I think they're taking a break. I think they're taking a break this week. But normally, they go live about 2 p.m. my time. I never get a chance to watch them live. I mean, I'm awake. I'm just doing other things. And I don't send them pictures of units that I finished or anything. But that's something I might start doing. Just to get my name out there. Name recognition and all that. But they're a good group of guys from what I can tell. They're shills for Warlord. They do a lot of Warlord games. And very little of anything else. But they seem to have a good time. They like painting. They like historical miniatures. One of them is pretty big into sci-fi and fantasy. But that's okay. He also plays a lot of bolt action, which is sci-fi and fantasy. Does anybody out there remember Warhammer World War II? That's what bolt action reminds me of. It's not a historical game. It's Warhammer with M1 Garands. Okay, We got the hair done. Now I can get back to black. Yeah, once you go black, you never go back. That's what they tell me. I find that to be, I will have to admit, I find that not to be true. And I'm not going to tell you how I know that. I find it just the opposite. Or at least in my case. But we don't need to get into all of that. That was before I got married. Okay, I'm just doing boots. I like to do just one thing at a time. And like in this case, I'll do all their boots. And then I'll come back and do other things like sword sheaths, cartridge boxes, shakos. That way it gives me an opportunity to kind of focus on what I'm doing. And I can just fly through these sticks. Even though I'm not really flying through them because I got to come back and do more black. And with a little, okay, with it painted gray, light gray, almost white, with it painted light gray, and with a little water added to the black, it almost looks like I've highlighted it. You know, because the black will settle down into the recesses. Okay. And it'll give your boots, shoes, or shakos, or whatever you're painting a little bit of definition, like they will definitely look better. Well, for one thing, I don't like pure black on anything I paint. I prefer to use off black, like maybe a smoke black or a black gray. But I found that watered down black does just what I want it to do. It's not black. It's really dark gray. Not a German gray, because German gray kind of looks like gray. Yeah, watered down black works really good for like tire rubber as well. But it only works if the undercolor is really light. Not white, because white sucks. But light gray works really well. Especially the Vallejo Brush On Primer gray. It doesn't say light gray, but it is technically a super light gray. Almost white. But if you prime black, then you probably don't even need to paint the boots because they're already black. I learned something on the Plastic Crack podcast. Now, why did I bring that up? Why did I bring the Plastic Crack? Oh, because wait, there was a reason why I brought them up, and then I got distracted and started talking about something else. But this is not what I was thinking of. But I did learn something last week watching that. They started talking about yellow. I think they were talking about yellow. I might have to rewatch it. But they were saying, because yellow doesn't like going on gray or black primer. It goes on white just perfectly fine because of the pigment strength or whatever. But they said, and I find this to be hard to believe, but I might try it out on one of these models because their plumes and their sashes are supposed to be yellow. So maybe I'll do that technique on the yellow. Even though this Atom yellow covers on top of black like really good, it's an excellent coverage. But I still might try it. They say you paint pink. You paint the item pink first, and then you paint the yellow. That doesn't sound right, but I've ran into worse, stranger paint combos, so I might try it. Pink before yellow. Specifically, like when you're painting big areas of yellow, like a Space Marine or something, you paint them pink first. I'm going to have to practice, or at least try it. I might go back and rewatch the Plastic Crack podcast just to see if I'm correct on the two color combinations. Because they did say pink, but I think it was yellow that they were trying to talk about. Because these guys don't have yellow plumes, only the officer. And they don't have the yellow sashes except for the NCO and the officers. And if it doesn't look right, it's okay. I can just put another layer of yellow pure yellow on there just to cover it up. That won't be a problem. Okay, I'm starting to get really warm. I've got this jacket on because I'm a cold person by nature. I've got the door open and it's been raining outside. So it's been kind of cool. But now the sun is out. And so it's probably getting hot in here. Oh yeah, I feel a lot better with that off. If you're chatting, I'm sorry I'm not looking at the chat right now. There's I got the wrong glasses to be able to see my computer screen. The glasses I'm wearing have like a 6-inch focus range for my eyes. These are jewelry glasses for like working on jewelry or crafts. I think it's advertised craft and jewelry. Which, that's exactly what I'm doing. So that's awesome. So there's a there's some MIG texture paste. That's Vallejo. Okay. There's a MIG texture paste that is dark mud and it looks really good. It dries kind of wet looking. It's 100% awesome for like wet mud. The Vallejo mud dries like dry mud or mud that's kind of, dried out. But it's also just really good for earth texturing, depending on how you put it on your bases. But there's this MIG ammo texture paste that's called Light Earth, right? And I thought I'd try it. Well, it dries really light, but it's brown still, but it's like really light brown. And it would work for certain situations. But for my figures, I think it's too light. So what I did the other day, about a week ago, I put an amount into a mixing cup, and then I mixed in some nutmeg paint, and the color came out perfect. The problem is when I mixed the paint in, it thinned out the texture paste to the point where it wasn't a paste anymore. It was basically just a paint. And it didn't have any texture to it. So I'm thinking about trying it again, but only after the paste is dried up a little bit. So when I add the paint, it'll reconstitute it a little bit, but more in the paint style or the texture style. They also have a color called Vietnam, which I have. And it dries a little bit too orange. It's probably accurate to the clay in Vietnam. And that's probably why it's called Vietnam. So I will probably never ever use that color. Or, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe I could mix some of that Vietnam with the light earth and maybe get a little bit of a combo. I might do that. That just came to me. Because both of them are paste, so I shouldn't lose the paste texture. And I don't mix it in one of the tubs. I mix it in a separate mixing cup so that if it doesn't look good, I haven't wasted an entire tub. But my point is, or one of my points is, they have other colors and there's one called Earth or Medium Earth or something like that. And I think I want to get that color just to see how it compares. Because right now my favorite is two colors. It's the Vallejo Mud and the Vallejo Medium Earth. But if I wanted like a wet mud, then the MIG Dark Mud is really good. So those are the only three that I really like right now. The Vallejo European Mud has fibers and grass and just all kinds of weird things in it. So when you're putting it onto your base, you're sculpting all kinds of weird stuff. Which I think that somebody brings in to the shop their mowed lawn grass, and then they put it in a blender, and then they add it to the texture paste. And that gives it a lot more texture, a lot more volume. With a very little bit of sand. And I noticed that as the paste dries, you can start to see the grains of sand. And those usually get highlighted because the texture paste, I guess kind of shrinks around it, exposing the sand. And so you get all these little dots all over your base. And that's one reason why I was exploring other brands. Because of that sand that pops up. At 28 millimeter, that's not that big of a deal. But at 15 millimeter, those grains of sand, they pretty much become very obvious. Now I will sprinkle some ballast or talus, no ballast. I'll sprinkle some dark brown ballast on there. And then when I put the grass on there, which is almost always a static grass, spring meadow, it kind of disguises the fact that there's that sand texture shining through. I've got this one spring meadow, and it says on the tub knock, but I might have put that in there and mislabeled it. It's entirely possible. And so I thought it was knock 2 millimeter spring meadow. But when I was looking through the knock catalog, I saw they had something called short fiber spring meadow. And I'm thinking to myself, I think that's what this is. Because I have some 2.5 millimeter spring meadow, which is a really good length. It's nice, it's fine, there's nothing wrong with it. And then I've got this, which you might not see, but it's called Spring Static Grass 2 millimeter by W.W. Scenics. But that being 2 millimeter still feels larger than the other spring meadow that I have very little of. And then when I looked at the knock site, it said short fiber static grass. And I was like, okay, what is short fiber? I would assume it's 2 millimeter as opposed to the 2.5. But no, it's 1.5. Maybe 1.6 or something like that. It was short fiber. Probably great for like N scale trains or maybe Z. So I bet that's what that static grass is that I have in the other tub. I'm thinking it's short fiber. So I'm going to be ordering a little bit more of that. Maybe just one package. Just to see if it's the same. Because in my experience, the shorter the fiber, the better the coverage. So like, there was a time when I had 7 millimeter. Yes, 7. It was HO static grass. And I was like, oh, okay, let's order that. And when it came in, the packaging said 7 millimeter. And I was like, oh my gosh. That was so big, I couldn't even use it on my terrain board. If I was doing like a 28 millimeter terrain board, I could put that under in the woods, or if I was using a static grass applicator and the grass was standing up, that would probably be okay. Not for figures, but for a train board, a railroad or something. And it was called wild grass. You know, it was. I got rid of it. I sold that because 7 millimeters is way too much. And if you tried to apply it on something, it wouldn't stick. There would be all kinds of gaps in the grass. And I've tried 4 millimeter, which I thought 4 millimeter would just be tall grass for a 15 millimeter model. And it looks pretty good, but there's gaps and holes, and you can see through the grass. It didn't have very good coverage because the static grass gets in its own way. Right? It clumps up, and then you wind up not getting a good coverage. And I pretty much settled on 2 millimeter. I'm sorry, 2.5 millimeter. You get really good coverage with 2.5 millimeter. But I had this short fiber stuff, and I thought I'd give it a try just to kind of compare. And it looks really, really good. And just remember, a miniature is 15 millimeter, but that's not really how tall the figure is. But 15 millimeter equates to about 1.5 meters, right? Because it's 1/100. which is about 15 millimeters to the eye on a 6-foot figure. Approximately. I mean, it's whatever. But if 1 millimeter, I'm sorry, 15 millimeters is 1.5 meters, how much is 1.5 millimeters? It might be easier to do the math like this. I'm trying to do it in my head. 2 millimeter on a scale of 1 to 100 is 20 centimeters, right? I think that's correct. So 20 centimeters is what, about 8 inches? Something like that? So a 2 millimeter static grass is about 8-inch grass. Grass that's about this tall, which is okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But a 1.6 is only 16 centimeters. Which, if I was to measure, that's close to 6 inches. So short fiber and long fiber, or not long fiber, but 2 millimeter, and 2.5 is 25. So 2.5 static grass is this long to scale. At 1 to 100. And I think that's too long for grass on 15 millimeter figures. On a 28 millimeter figure, the math is different. It's about half of that. So 2.5 is perfect for 28 millimeters. And I think short fiber is perfect on a 15 millimeter. Now, I've also considered mixing up some short fiber with some mid fiber. I'm going to call it 2 millimeter mid fiber. If I put some 2 mil with some 1.5 mil, I don't know what that would look like. And because I don't cover the entire base with grass, I do about 2/3 or maybe 3/4 of the base with grass. I think the longer fibers are kind of disguised by the gaps. But if I was to do like an entire base covered, the longer fibers might be too long. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Because I've tried 2.5, I've tried 2, I've tried short fibers. They all look good. Okay, I'm starting to get hungry because I haven't eaten since around 5 o'clock. After I played some Skyrim. So I think this black might be my last color before moving on. Painting these guys is not hard at all. It's just time consuming. Because I'm painting 4 battalions at once. I've told myself time and time again not to ever paint more than 4 battalions at one time. Just because I don't get it finished, I have to put it down and then come back to it. And psychologically, that's hard. But when you finish a unit, it's easy to move on to the next unit. Completion is a great motivator. So I try not to do more than 4 battalions at a time. But I probably should have done 2 battalions. Because I probably would be done with them by now. Okay, I'm starting to get one of the bristles deciding it wants to do its own thing. It's like, Frank. So let's try to get that back into play. Almost the new month when I take all my brushes and I clean them. Oh, too much water. Okay. Gotcha. We got our Pendragon game coming up in a couple of weeks. The game is full. We now have 5 players. I've only played with 2 of them in the past. The other 3 are brand new. Don't know who they are. Something funny happened. There's a guy on YouTube. I'm sorry, not YouTube. Roll20. There's a guy on Roll20. His name is Helm. He applied to play in one of my previous games. Something happened where I invited him to play. We made characters. I think he played 1 or 2 sessions. And then he bailed. Without so much of a, I don't like your game, this is why I'm out. Or if something doesn't change, I'm going to leave or something. I got no word. And then he just bailed on me. And I think it was Harn. I don't think it was my D&D games. And I had this Pendragon game advertised. And there was this guy called Helm applied to play. And I thought to myself, don't I recognize this guy's name? There might be 2 people with the same name. It's possible. I looked and I said, no, I don't have this guy blocked or anything like that. So maybe I'm mistaken. So I sent him a game invite. And then when I went to send him a private message with our Discord link, so he could link right up into our Discord, it came up and said that he had blocked me. And I'm like, oh, okay, this guy's probably the same guy. But I'd already sent him the game invite. So I rapidly went into my settings and blocked him, hoping that would prevent that game invite from actually going through. Or if he clicked accept, it would say, you've been blocked. That's what I was hoping. And he never joined the game. And I got 5 people joining. And they all seem to be good people. But it's hard to tell until you played with them. Because they can write all the flowery profile info all they want. You know, like they might write, I've been playing, role-playing games for 20 years. I love role-playing. I'm good with people. I enjoy learning new game systems. I look forward to playing a new system with you. I'm open to all different kinds of role playing or whatever, right? And then when you invite them, they say things like, "You're not doing it right. How come you're not using this chart or this table? Why are you doing it this way? That's not the way it is in the book." Those are the players that I can't stand. Now there's a guy that applied and I accepted him, and he might be like that. There's a couple of red flags that popped up. But it might be just my imagination. But when it comes to being a game master, and I will admit this, and I don't find this to be a negative. I find this to be a positive, because if I was playing somebody else's game, I would want them to be this as well. I'm pretty much an authoritarian. It's my game, my rules, my monsters, my story. You're playing through my story. You're an actor in someone else's script. You did not write the script. You did not write the story. But I'm not unreasonable. The players interact with the story how they see fit. They might go down path blue, they might go down path red, or they might even go down path yellow. And the story might change based on what they chose. But they're not writing the story. They're participating in it. I don't play that everybody's got to say. We're all here together playing our story. It's our truth. No. That's not how I play, and that's not how I run my game. Some people can't handle that. Some people are Um, there's a word I want to use. Um, soft might not be the actual word I'm looking for. Oh, there's a word for it. Coddled? They want ESG. They want it to be fair for everybody. Well, it's fair, but that doesn't mean it's equal. Some people will be stronger than you. Then again, you'll be stronger than some people. There's a difference between equality and equity. We don't have any girls that wanted to play, which I'm okay with. 9 out of 10 of my games, the girls don't last the first couple of weeks. Either it's a game that's not for them, or I'm too strict. Because I am strict. I like to think that if the rule says you can't do something, then you can't do something. No matter how much you want to do it. There's even rules for playing pagans in a Christian game. Now, I'm personally a Christian, but I also understand that this is a game. And if somebody wants to play a non-Christian, I'm okay with that. You know, I'm not going to cry over spilled milk. If you want to be a pagan, you can be a pagan. The rules account for that. But they also say if you're not Christian, you're going to run into a lot of problems. Because the dominant culture at the time of Uther and Arthur Pendragon is Christianity. But there's pagans running around, you know, like Merlin or what have you. So they exist. Now, when I get done with these guys' boots, boats. I will be done with this pass, and I will put my glasses down and I will check the chat to see what you guys are saying. Now, I think we are going to live stream this game. But I didn't tell these players that I require a camera like I've done in the past. So there might be some people playing that don't have their camera turned on. I don't understand how you can role play and not see your face. Half of role playing is facial expressions, hand gestures. Imagine role playing with no audio. That's how I feel video is. Video is crucial. But I also understand there are some I'm going to try to be polite. There are people in the world that don't have what it takes to turn their camera on. I don't understand it. I don't know what they're going through. But I have a really good friend who role plays with us live. But when I asked him to turn his camera on, he couldn't do it. And he said that he gets anxiety. And he has anxiety attacks. And I understand that's his reality, and that's how he turning the camera on causes him to have anxiety, which, okay, I get it. I don't know why he would have anxiety. I understand he does have anxiety, but I don't know why. I can only guess. Like maybe he's afraid of his looks. Maybe he's afraid of how he sounds. But I can tell you that nobody cares about that. I don't care. Hell, I've got missing teeth and I'm on there. I'm a bald-headed freak. And I stream live. None of my audience cares. Nobody's going to say, you know, you're ugly, your mother dresses you funny, or your camera's so old that you can only do 480 or something. Nobody's going to say any of that. And if they did, I would ban them. Because that's not the kind of people I want in my live stream as my community. I don't want assholes. But that's how it happens. So I will turn my camera on. Because how can I run a role-playing game and the players not see me? I just can't. I can't fathom that. As a player, I can, it's okay. I'll just use their avatar as a stand-in for their camera. But when I'm running a role-playing game, I like looking over at my players and see how the players are reacting to certain situations. I like seeing their faces. I like when I say this dragon's attacking and all their eyes get big. That's part of the reason why I roleplay. I like surprising or entertaining. I like seeing my players smile. I like making my players cry. No, I don't. I'm kidding. Now, I had a player once. We were playing the Warhammer role-playing game. Which is a very easy game to run. The mechanics are pretty straightforward. And the world is pretty in-depth. Everybody knows who the bad guys are. And I played a campaign straight out of the book. I think it was called The Enemy Within, but I'm not sure if it was that campaign or a different one. And in the campaign that I ran, there was a bad guy. I don't know if he was a vampire or a devil worshiper or what, but there was a bad guy, and the players fought to his laboratory. And when they went into the laboratory, there were children, 12, 13 years old, that had been killed and their body parts removed or whatever. It was a grotesque scene that I had to describe to the players. This player almost quit my campaign because he said he didn't like seeing children killed in that manner or whatever. Now, first of all, it's an RPG. It's not real. And second of all, the story called for that because the story wants you to know this guy is a really bad dude, right? That needs to be stopped. But he couldn't separate the game and the story from reality. So it was kind of eye-opening. That some people just can't handle role-playing. They can't separate reality from a game. Now, if I had done that like around every corner, there was a necromancer that chopped up little kids, I would say, Derek, you've got a problem. But that wasn't the case. This campaign had gone on a long time, months on end. And then one of the climactic scenes was getting into his laboratory where he had these kids all chopped up. So what I try to tell my players before we even start, stuff like that can happen. And if you can't handle it, now is when you need to tell me you can't handle it so that you can quit the campaign now before we get into a long drawn out campaign and then all of a sudden something happens that you can't handle. But also I talk about animals because some people can't handle animals being hurt, like horses. I played one game where there was a horse attacked and killed, and the player quit because a horse was killed. And I'm like, wow. There are some people that just don't have, what's the word I'm looking for? Mental fortitude. The world has gone to shit and people become really weak mentally. Okay, where are we at? What do we got? We got some chats up here or not? Thanks, Luke. The work is looking great. Skyrim is a game. Okay. that's the last thing I got. Was Skyrim is a game that worries me. I feel like the game would take 6 months. Yep, that's exactly right. Okay, well, this is the end. It's almost 1 o'clock. Wow, I didn't realize. I still need to do more black, but that black is almost out, so I'll be mixing some more black. What I'll be painting is ammo, cartridges, backpacks, shakos, and sword sheaths on some of these guys. Black. It's a lot of stuff that's going to be black. So that's going to be the color of choice over the next few hours. Okay, dark brown I can put away because it was only for hair. Yeah, one of these, there's pale earth. One of these is cavalry brown. That's mahogany. That's grunge. And I think it came in a new bottle like that. I'm kind of wondering if it did. Because I want to show this cavalry brown. I wanted to show it off. To show you what I mean by that. I don't think I put it up there. Did I? No, I don't think so. Okay, is this it? No, canvas. This should also be canvas. Not an AK, it's a Vallejo color. Red leather. Field, khaki, green, red brown, not Vallejo, old, did I look at this already? Red leather, dark, chocolate, chestnut. Chestnut's a good cavalry color as well. But let me keep going. I gotta find this color. Grunge. It's one of the new colors, so it's not that one. Mahogany. Umber. Camo. Cavalry brown. There it is. See, it kind of looks a little bit like red brown. You know, it's very red. But I could see that being a horse color. Actually, I like it a lot for horse colors. I'm going to put it on the bottom. Just so I can find it better. Find it easier. Okay, now some of these colors I've already used, but I'm going to use again on other features when I get to it. Specifically the green and the red. Plumes, basically. Plumes. Graphite. I painted their pants graphite. Actually, I didn't. I painted their pants uniform. And I'm going to paint their bedroll on the top of their backpacks graphite. Yellow on the so do they mean thickly pink? Do they mean salmon. No, they didn't say salmon. They said pink. I've got squid pink, sickly pink. I think those are the only pinks that I have. I've got salmon, which looks a lot like pink to me. So I'm going to experiment with one of these and see what the yellow looks like on top of it. All right, guys, we're going to end the stream right here. Thank you guys for hanging out with me and listening to me rant about my role-playing experiences, and also painting and all kinds of different things. So I think I'll be on tomorrow. If I know I'm not going to be able to finish these today. Even if I did more work on them, I probably will have to do their finishing touches tomorrow. If anything, at least to glue them on the bases. All right, guys. I'll catch you tonight if you're on for some Skyrim, or tomorrow again for some miniature painting. Before I let you go, oh man, guys, I wanted to take a good 10 or 15 minutes to let you guys hear some music. And I was going to let you guys kind of vote on which songs you liked best for my channel. But it's kind of late and I don't want to spend more time on that. So that's something I will do tomorrow. I've got like 4 or 5 songs that I'd like to play for you guys, and then let you guys kind of vote on which ones you think is the best for my Wargaming YouTube channel to like start videos or end videos. And yeah, so so come back tomorrow and we'll listen to some music and we'll try to figure out which one's best. As well as I'm going to do some more painting on them after I eat, but I'm not going to be able to finish them today. I'll probably have to finish them tomorrow. All right, guys, I'll catch you on the flip side.